Good morning, everybody. My name is Danilo Porro. I'm Pro-Rector, University of Milano Bicocca for Research Exploitation. And I've been asked to come here to welcome you on behalf of my rector. And I'm very happy to be here because I'm very happy anytime to host colleagues in our university. So I would like to welcome you in Bicocca. And I'm happy also for two other reasons. Before to come here, of course, I gave a look to the program of yesterday's conference and this conference. And the program perfectly fits in the week we call the Job Days. It's here on the screen. We dedicated a week to our students. So we met 4,000 students this week outside the classrooms. And this conference perfectly fits in this week. So I'm happy for also this second reason. And I have a third reason before to wish you a good job. And the third reason is, since I told you, I am Pro-Rector for Research Exploitation, and the subject of today is alignment of that with regional policies. And I can tell you the main problem I have in my job for research exploitation is alignment of the language between people from university, people from industry, people from society, which is exactly the subject today. So I'm quite happy to open the conference. Again, welcome here on behalf of our rector, Cristina Messa. She is not here, she is not in Milano today, but she asked me to come. I would like to thank also Mario. Where is Mario? Mario. Oh, it's Mario. Mario is a friend. It's not a problem for me to say he's one of the top guys in this university. Let me to have this informal presentation. So again, thanks a lot for coming. I wish you a good job today. And now I'm sorry I have to go to teach because I'm Pro-Rector, but I have to teach any day, like more or less, I assume, most of you. So thanks again for coming and enjoy your time here in Bicocca and in Milano. Thanks again. Bye.
Thank you very much. And because in order to have more space, I give him the gifts for today. So a cup of Frankfurt and the new book of the network. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Have a nice day.
Goodbye.
Allora, it's my turn. Okay. Welcome to everybody. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here in the 10th anniversary of this network. And the experience and the enormous work done by IVAC in all these years, in cooperation with us, the network of Institute of Experts in Europe, has, in my view, enforced this perspective that was even mentioned by the rector, the vice rector here, to build a bridge between academia and decision-making, operators, and so on. This is the main task we have in our experience, and this is the most valuable contribution that we can give as scientific community and as Institute of Researchers, experts, and so on. Just yesterday, we discussed inside the scientific committee how to adjust our strategic paper, our basic paper, to the new challenges we have to face in labor market, in society, in terms of sustainable development, and today we have to deal with the problem of sustainability. And many questions, new question arises, and I think the scientific community is really called to give its contribution. And some questions that we pointed out 10 years ago, starting with the first conference and meeting, are still open about the meaning of monitoring and its contribution to the planning of new labor policy, new labor programs, and so on, local development and other key issues of our progress. But the new challenges are linked to, in my view, to a specific issue that is well pointed out by the last international summits and especially by the last General Assembly of the United Nations, 25th of September, about the global sustainable development. What the United Nations, with the support of all the state members, and especially of the scientific committee they have appointed by the General Secretary, decided and approved a new cultural and scientific guidance that I think in our network we must consider it with a lot of attention and to take as our orientation too. And we discussed with the president of IVAC, there are many scientists that want to do only theoretical research and refuse to be involved in the applied research. I don't want to open the discussion about this, how it's possible to link theoretical research and applied research. But I assume the new guidance and propose to submit to your attention because they are very important criteria approved by the General Assembly with the support of high-level scientific committee that works for this. And this point states very clearly, science must consider well its social responsibility. That is, it must direct the efforts according to specific values and social objectives. It should also promote the desired innovative process, ensuring that such processes are still ethical, acceptable, sustainable, and socially desirable. So I think that this commitment is very, very important to orient our specific work and target and research. We have to deal with social objective, ethical, and our work must be acceptable, desirable, and so on. This is a commitment that involves theoretical research, scientific research, and applied scientific research. To work in this direction, they recommend specifically two important things. One is the approach, and one is a specific committee that I am going to explain you very briefly. The approach. The interdisciplinary approach is considered very basic, very strategic. the rule, the basic rule, and specifically when we deal with labor interdisciplinary approach, but is not considered more sufficient. The United Nations proposed the so-called transdisciplinary approach. That means the academia and science must consider the knowledge heritage of the practical experience. In practice, every decision maker, every company manager has accumulated an heritage of experience and knowledge that we must be in the condition to accept this. So we must integrate interdisciplinary approach with this new approach, transdisciplinary approach. Second, the urgency of the sustainable problems, the big crisis we have all over the world, the revolutionary change in the world system, needs the scientific community presents to decision maker accepted solution, scientifically tested. So I think that everybody of us working in this specific must be in the condition to verify if it is work, what is its scientific validity, how is linked to more general theoretical framework, and what we can present to the decision maker in terms of scientific contribution. This new orientation that we see in the General Assembly of the United Nations, I suggest you to go to read the enormous document and very important document, Global Sustainable Program for 2030, 15, 30, and so on. And the specific targets, very well defined. Just to have a general orientation for the work you are going specifically to do in every place. And the summits are going in this direction. G20 summit, BRIC summit, the OECD, the International Monetary Fund, they are going to this, to converge, to a sort of convergence to this point. I think our network has to work in this direction without forgetting the ethical significance, what the work we do, the socially acceptable of what we do, and so on. This is very important for the big data, and I'm closing. United Nations document accept the use of big data as an instrument to measure sustainable development, but in the same time require proper definition and the specification of specific targets to work with. So we know that big data is a revolution in our in the workplace, in the company, organization, and so on. And our efforts in the next coming year will be to contribute to a scientific definition of this new opportunity, just because we have a specific duty to apply. Thank you very much.
And the book as well. Thank you, Marco. Thank you very much. So I think I go there.
Prego.
So I hope that.
Sorry.
How does this? Oh, it works already. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Birgit Blättel-Mink. I'm the academic director of the Institute of Economy, Work and Culture at the Goethe University in Frankfurt. And just to say that the Goethe University in Frankfurt since this year also implemented a so-called third mission, which means that the university itself is very much committed to exploitation and transfer of knowledge, which means that we are on a good way together with this network. So first, let me thank again to Mario Mezzanzanico and his team from CRISP for this wonderful event, for the wonderful dinner last night, for organization, everything so perfectly. Thanks a lot. But I also want to welcome again our guests from non-EU countries, the MENA, Middle East and North African group from Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, Palestinian territories and Jordan. Very welcome to the network. It is a result of the cooperation of EWAC with the German Society for International Collaboration. It's called GITS. Thank you very much for GITS to support this collaboration. So we assume that these countries and the tremendous experience of these countries which show a different structure and institutional framework, that it will widen the spectrum of the network in terms of regional labor market monitoring. This is the second day of the meeting of the European Network of Regional Labor Market Monitoring. It's the 10th anniversary of the network, and it's the 5th so-called European Day. And I should say that the network involves more than 30 European countries, which I think is fascinating, and I think there will be many years go on in collaboration and in such a fruitful collaboration. But on the European Day, we have a special task and objective, which means to bringing practice and research together, and having a particular attention on the role of regional and local labor market observatories. In this sense, I also welcome the representatives of the different observatories all over Europe. So the focus of the day. Oh, I forgot, I also have to welcome very heartily our two keynote speakers. Sorry for that. It's Michaela Menyachi from OECD, LEED program in France. She's from Italy, so she feels very... And Cristina Meriuta from European Training Foundation in Italy as well. So she's with us. Thank you very much. We are looking forward to your presentation later on. But the focus of today is on the topic of intermediaries. And I should say that the observatories are intermediaries as such. It's intermediary between employers and employees, between the economy in a sense and labor. And we are very happy that this topic goes back to a project, an Erasmus Plus project we won last year. It's called VET-EDS, Aligning Vocational Education and Training Policy to Economic Development Strategy. So this will be the focus of today. And of course, we will also, and again, think about big data and the role of intermediaries in this sense. Other intermediaries that we will get to know and will discuss are, of course, regional agencies, regional offices, and so on. So I think that the program of today will give us a lot of opportunities for reflecting on the role of intermediaries. Next to the speakers of the morning who approach the topic from the angle of their organization, we will have a series of presentations focusing on specific types of intermediary, as I already mentioned, the observatories, agencies, sectoral associations, and so on. And then we'll have a lunch break, and after the lunch break today we will have workshops, and in these workshops we will discuss the particular role of the different intermediaries. And as yesterday, we will have a plenary session to summarize the discussions in the workshops. So, at the end of this conference, we will have a documentation containing the results, and it will be compiled. So this will be the task of Sigrid Rand and Christina Larsen to compile this presentation. So let me end by again thanking very much Sigrid Rand and Christa Larsen for coordinating this wonderful conference and network. Thank you very much. So I hand over now to Eugenia.It, which is the moderator of this morning. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Eugenia.It. I've been a member of the network for 6 years already. See? I've been a member of the network for 6 years already. I work at Prospectiker. Prospectiker is a Basque company. It's an institute specialized in future studies and specifically in the labor market. Sorry.
Can put it a bit closer.
Okay, sorry. Like that? Can you hear me? No? Okay. So I'll start all over again, I guess. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Eugenia.It. I work at Prospectiker. Prospectiker is an institute specialized in foresight studies and the labor market. We work closely with the Basque Employment Service, Lanbide. So I would like today to introduce our keynote speakers. They are two representatives of important transnational organizations. For many years, they have focused on the topic of intermediaries. Firstly, we are extremely happy to have a representative of the OECD LEAD program with us today. There are so many similarities between the work of this program and the activities of our network. Therefore, we appreciate very much this contribution. I would like to welcome Michela Megnagi from the OECD LEAD program, France. Michela Megnagi is a statistician working at the local economic and employment development program of the OECD. She has been working on a number of projects related to labor market and skills development at the local and regional level. Prior to joining the OECD, she worked for the Italian and UK offices for statistics on projects related to labor market integration of migrants, as well as in a research center at the London School of Economics. Michela will now tell us all about boosting quality jobs at the local level. Please, Michela, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. As Eugenia said, I work at the OECD LEAD program. And the LEAD program was created more than 30 years ago and includes a number of countries that is growing. We started with 13 countries and now it includes 36 countries. Our main focus is to link the national policies with the local implementation. And we work on many different themes: economic and skills, which is the team I'm part of, then entrepreneurship, the social economy, the economic development, and the governance. Today, I'm going to present you some findings from a very big project that we have been conducted for the last 3 years, which focus on local job creation and the role of local institution and national institution, and how they can contribute to the creation of new jobs, and in particular, better jobs. First of all, I would like to show you some charts that explain why we focus on the local and on the regional dimension. As you can see here, I have selected a number of OECD countries with different level of unemployment. The yellow dots are the level of unemployment in regions. And as you can see here, within countries there is a very significant variation in terms of unemployment rate. And this is true not only for countries where unemployment rate is high, like Spain, but it's also true for countries where the unemployment is relatively low, like Germany. And this is just to give you an overview of why at LEAD we look at the local level, because what we believe is that the national policies or what we call the one-size-fits-all policies cannot work at the regional and the local level. Within the LEAD program, we have been working very hard to measure also the skills variation. And what we have produced is what we call the diagnostic tool that allows to categorize regions in 4 different typologies based on the match between skills supply and skills demand. We measure skills supply by using indication of the share of people with post-secondary education, and on the demand for skills, we use the share of population with skilled occupation and the productivity. As you can see here, there are 4 categories. What we call the high skills equilibrium is where there is a good match between skill supply and demand, and where generally jobs are high skilled, they are well paid, and they are productive jobs that contribute to make the local economy more resilient. On the opposite side, we have the low skills equilibrium, which is on the contrary where there is a low supply of skills, which is matched with a low demand for skills. And here in this case, there are poor quality jobs with low paid and low productive jobs. The other 2 categories are where there is a mismatch that we have called skills surplus, when there are more skills in the market than the skills needed by the local employers, and skills deficit, where on the contrary, the local employers are not able to find the right workforce to fill their vacancies. For the Italian and the British audience, I think that these maps are quite interesting, and they show the 4 categories that I have just mentioned by province level in Italy and by NUTS 3 level in the UK. And as you can see here, for example, for Italy, we can see that the regions in the north are characterized mainly by high skills equilibrium, and that are the most productive regions in the provinces in the country, whereas the southern part of the countries is where we can see what we call the low skilled equilibrium, and also that there are provinces characterized by skills mismatch. When putting in place initiatives at the local level, it's important to take into consideration that there are important variations in unemployment, in skills, and in order to develop balanced strategies, it's important to look at the supply side, which means investing in increasing education, in integrated disadvantaged groups, but also on the demand side, by improve the productivity of the firms, by training the managers of the firms. And also, it's necessary to involve many different stakeholders, including the public employment services, the training institutions, the union, and only in this way localities and regions can move towards a high skills equilibrium. However, when talking about job creation, it's important to create good quality job and address a number of labor market policy trade-offs. For example, one important issue studied in a number of economic studies is the opposition between mobility, which means that skilled people can move from one region to the other, which is something that, of course, we can't stop because these are the normal population flows. But at the same time, it's important to invest also on economic resilience, which means that localities should try to keep these people and find ways to employ them and make their locality more resilient. Some other issues to look at are, for example, the good balance between short terms and long-term objectives. Because, of course, for example, for the public employment services, it's important to reduce unemployment rate and find very quick solutions for people that are unemployed. But at the same time, it's important also to work with employers to make them better understanding how the jobs that they offer can be better paid, better quality job, and productive jobs. And of course, it's important not to work in a silo approach, but try to integrate different stakeholders and different policy portfolios. So, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, I'm going to talk about some results from this OECD review on local job creation, which was conducted in 16 OECD countries. In the framework of this project, we have identified 4 main principles that contribute to quality job creation and economic growth. These principles are better aligning policies, adding value through skills, targeting policies to new areas of growth, and supporting inclusion. I'm going to go through all of them just to give you some elements of the main findings that we have found while conducting this project. When we talk about aligning policies, we refer to the need of finding common objectives between employment, skills, and local economic development policies. This is very important, especially in the post-crisis period when the resources are reduced, and only by aligning the policies we will be able to reduce the expenditures and to have better outcomes in terms of job creation. Thinking about the regional and local differences that I showed you before, it's important to incorporate the regional and the local dimension in the broad national policy-making thinking. It's also important, as I mentioned before, to involve employers that can have a very important role in designing the training and linking, as was said before, the world of education with the world of the labor market. The second pillar that we looked at was related to the role of skills. What we found in our projects is that it's not only important to acquire skills, but it's also important to understand how these skills can be better used in the labor markets. And the focus of this is really how employers can contribute to the implementation of the right training for people who live the world of education, how they can better use skills within their companies, and a focus is mainly on the small and medium-sized enterprises that generally don't have an HR department, and there are a few number of people, and for them it's very hard to work on these issues. The third pillar is to identify some areas of growth that allows the localities to look in the longer term and to provide training that is not useful only for today and to fill the vacancies that exist today, but also to think in the long run. We found that in countries like, for example, in the Nordic countries or in Canada, where labor market information is very good, this is very helpful for people to understand what are the opportunities at the local level, how jobs are, what each job means, like which are the tasks required, which are the level of education required, and what is the salary. This is very helpful to think about how people want to progress in their career. And then a third aspect is to promote entrepreneurship, because we always think that after school there is a job in the private or in the public sector, but entrepreneurship, especially during the crisis, or for example also for migrants in some countries, entrepreneurship can be a good way to work and to create new businesses at the local level. And what is important is that to become an entrepreneurship, these skills should be taught at school. It's not something that we learn by ourselves, but there is a process that makes someone becoming an entrepreneur. The fourth pillar is the inclusion, because when we create jobs, we want to create good jobs and also inclusive jobs. And during the crisis, there are many disadvantaged groups like youth or women that was particularly touched and that need interventions. And these interventions generally take place at the local level. As I mentioned before, what is important is to work in partnerships, because one policy area cannot alone contribute to the creation of good jobs at the local level, and it's important to work together in a very well-structured partnerships to have a better contribution to the creation of jobs at the local level. And to create a good partnerships, it's important to well-define the objectives, well-define the role of all the stakeholders that are part of it, and it's important to be flexible at the local level to implement the different initiatives according to the local needs. If we agree on what we say at LEAD, that local flexibility is important and there is a potential for the local level to take the leadership in job creation and in labor market implementation, we have built an indicator of local flexibility. We have implemented this indicator for a number of countries that have participated in these OECD reviews of job creation. In this case, we talk about local flexibility in relation to the ability of the employment services to influence and adjust the decision at the national level on 5 different measures: the strategic approach, the program design, the eligibility criteria, the budget and performance management, and the outsourcing arrangement. As you can see here in this chart, we have scored countries from 1 to 5, where 1 is low flexibility and 5 is high flexibility. And this chart shows that the United States and Flanders in Belgium seem to have greater flexibility at the local level, whereas Israel, Ireland, and Australia have lower levels of flexibility. So, just to conclude, I would like to highlight some ways of injecting flexibility at the local level. First of all, it's important to negotiate local targets while ensuring that national targets, of course, are taken into account, because the local level cannot go in the opposition with the national framework. It's important to give flexibility at the local level in a progressive way, starting, for example, by the cities where there are higher capacities. It's important to give flexibility in the budget management, which is something that seems to be successful, for example, in Flanders, where the local public employment services have local budget flexibility to implement projects relevant for the local level. I highlighted the importance of data to simulate cooperation and to monitor the effectiveness of programs. And also the importance of partnerships, because with a partnership, horizontal accountability can be built, and a number of different people are in charge of the success of a project. So what I would like you to keep in mind after my presentation today is that to create better quality job at the local level, it's important to involve many different stakeholders, to take into consideration both local and national targets, to involve employers in a number of different things, for example, the training, the better use of skills, in order to improve productivity and innovation, and to develop place-based initiatives that are that create jobs and that they are inclusive. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you, Michela Megnagi, for such an interesting local approach. Our second speaker represents the European Training Foundation, which covers a lot of regions outside Europe. Cristina Mereuta is a labor market specialist in the European Training Foundation, and she has previous professional experience in the Romanian Ministry of Labor and Social Protection as an employment and European cooperation specialist. In her recent analysis, she is covering the topic of active labor market policies, usage coverage and effectiveness, skill needs identification, anticipation and matching in the southeastern European region, and countries' progresses on making vocational educational training more responsive to economic demand. Cristina Mereuta will now tell us about assessing, anticipating, and responding to changing skill needs in the southeastern European countries. Cristina, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, too. Good morning to everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm working for the European Training Foundation. A colleague of mine has the joke, our name maybe is not really matching what we are really doing. So the European Training Foundation, it's not a foundation, actually, it's an EU agency. We are called European, but we mainly cover European countries, let's say in an enlarged sense. You can see here that we deal with countries in the Southeast Europe, the so-called enlargement countries. We also work with countries from Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and countries of Southern and Eastern Mediterranean. Our role is not to deliver training, but it's to work together with the countries to better plan vocational education training, to better design, to work more on the labor market relevance of education outcomes, to look at the social cohesion elements of the education. So we work more at, let's say, on the policy level. We mainly work with the national ministries, national authorities, and social partners, NGOs, and so on. But we also try to, we focus also on territorial levels, how these skills development arrangements really match the local needs and so on. Of course, we have, depending on each country's economic, social context, we adapt our way of interventions. As Eugenia mentioned, I mainly work with the Southeast European countries, but I have colleagues in the room, Umuhan Bardak, Francesca Rosso, that also cover other areas. I mean, we are a team, employment team in the education, in the employment, in the ETF. And let's say it's a nice work, but sometimes we have to start from scratch. And what I want to mention here is that all our countries, partner countries, they are dynamic. They're in a dynamic context, sometimes a very challenging context, and sometimes for, let's say, basic data indicators, information, we still have to work with them and to generate evidence and information and so on. So before working on, let's say, a better strategic planning and so on. My presentation today, I'll try to fit in the allocated time, which should be, I think, less than 10 minutes from now on. But anyhow, the outline is is the following one. It's what is the potential of the vocational education and training to deliver to the economic demand, mainly labor market demand, of course, and to the social demand. And second, to offer you, let's say, a glimpse, a preliminary analysis we have done for the Southeast Europe countries on their arrangements in terms of skills and assessment, skills needs assessment, skills needs anticipation, and how they work on matching. So it's more focused, my presentation, today's presentation is more focused on, let's say, arrangements, governance, less on the real, data on skills mismatching and so on. So, but first I wanted to show you, let's say, why VET is important for the Southeast Europe countries. I mean Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, and Serbia. These are the 6 countries I'm going to talk to today. VET is important. As you can notice, it has a large share in the whole in the total students in upper secondary education. Serbia is leading with almost 75%, while Albania has a very, very low share. Second, now talking more on, let's say, the relevance of the education, the quality of the education. We can see that latest PISA results are not very, let's say, positive. They are not positive for some of the countries who participated in latest round, only Albania, Montenegro, and Serbia. The fourth one is Turkey, but I'm not going to cover more today. Turkey, as you can see, they perform worse or equally to the worst performance of the EU, among the EU member states, both in terms of reading, mathematical, and science. Second point is on another point is on early school leavers. As you can see, that we can cluster into groups. Quite well-performing countries, Macedonia, Serbia, Bosnia, and Montenegro. They register a very low early school leavers rate, which is comparable maybe with the best performance in the EU member states, while Albania still strives to tackle this issue. And in terms of, let's say, opportunities for lifelong learning, again, it's a kind of bleak situation. We see that very few people, adults, are really have a chance and access to development of their competencies in a lifelong learning approach. It's a matter both of resources, let's say, attitudes in terms of for value that individuals give to possible lifelong learning opportunities and so on. We run a biennial assessment, progress stock-taking process in ETF with our partner countries, and I want to briefly show you what are the results of the latest round. It's called Torino process, and I picked up the elements relevant for VET, delivering to the labor market demand. And these are the priorities, let's say, or the main objectives, measures that countries try to address to improve VET relevance to the labor market. First and foremost, it's this idea of improving the cooperation between the education institutions with the business side and other stakeholders. Second, as our previous speaker mentioned, also entrepreneurial learning, entrepreneurship. This is another area where countries try to both reform their curricula, their ways of teaching, but also try to, let's say, engage pupils, students, and adults in entrepreneurial schemes. Third area is something that is very relevant for today, is the improving of the labor market information system. try to expand this knowledge on the future skills needs and monitoring of the education results. And fourth, but not least important, is a focus on this supporting a better transition from school to, at least a preparation of this transition from school to work, and where career counseling and guidance is very important. Of course, other additional services are also in focus. But what are the results? What are the, let's say, the difficulties these countries face? There are a lot of legal, let's say, developments at legal level, but still we notice that although we have, for example, we see national legislation, big laws developed, adopted, and so on, there are problems with the secondary legislation, with the way they cooperate and really put in practice this legislation. You have to, I mean, you are aware that, for example, if we talk about lifelong learning, adult training, and so on, there you need a sound cooperation among multiple actors, not only the state side, public services, and so on. There you need also employers association, trade unions, and other type of bodies. There are various exercises to identify skills needs, and I will talk later on what are, let's say, their achievements, but also, let's say, shortcomings. And there is a constant preoccupation to improve the curricula, to develop new occupational profiles and qualification standards, better equipped vet schools, but in the end, all these efforts are mainly related to donors, so EU investments, other donors' investments. So it's good, it's fine, but we have to be aware that this project or dependence on donors' funds, it's sometimes difficult to manage in a longer run and to ensure the sustainability of the results and so on. Now for the subject I was invited here, we are running this exercise of mapping the skills anticipation and matching arrangements in the countries. It was a joint initiative. We continue to work on that with OECD, with CEDEFOP, and the ILO. We jointly design a questionnaire with, let's say, standard questions and for key actors, 4 types of actors: ministries of education, ministries of labor, employment, employers association, and trade unions. The focus of this questionnaire or this research was to see how countries turn qualitative and quantitative information on the skills needs into a policy making. Let's say the focus initially was, okay, let's see what are the regular exercises. Yes, this is the main important issue for us. What are the regular exercises? Forecast, foresighting, employer surveys, and so on. I have to confess that most of the countries in our region, they rely on some regular exercises, which are employer survey, registered administrative data of the public employment services on vacancies. But there are a lot of exercises that, let's say, they're incidental, and that's again the idea of dependence on donors' fundings, because most of them there are project-based initiatives. So, nevertheless, for the Southeast Europe, we have decided to look at all these type of exercises being regular or, let's say, incidental, and to have this analysis. There is also already an analysis completed for the Eastern Europe countries, Eastern Partnership region, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. You have here the link. It's a very interesting report to see the results based on the same questionnaire. I know that OECD is working to draft their own report that it will cover OECD countries. It should be available quite soon. And we will have soon this report for the Southeast Europe countries. We will have also a workshop in one months now on, to share the results, also to verify, to validate our findings, and then early 2016 we will publish also the report for the Southeast Europe region. Here you have, let's say, a nice picture. We may, I don't know, maybe it's our perspective, ETF perspective, together with other institution on how we can cluster, let's say, the main exercises, the main methodologies in finding the demand and also the labor education outcomes. So you can see it's on time horizon, short to long term, and levels from individuals, enterprises to macroeconomic national level. As I said, the most frequent used method, and where we can also see, let's say, a kind of methodological consistency in the Southeast Europe are the employer surveys and vacancy monitors, you can see. Monitoring. There are also occasional project-based exercises in the Southeast Europe countries. They still have to be embedded in the skills anticipation and matching system, and these are tracer studies, qualification needs assessment, both at company or sectoral level, sector-specific skills needs, and let's say qualitative forecast and so on. As opposed to what happens in the most developed countries with more resources, more preoccupation, and maybe a longer tradition on this exercises, is where we see that it's a nice combination of all these methods. I don't say, I mean, in my opinion, I also come from a, let's say, more recent acceded EU member state. I have to confess that these exercises are a luxury. Yeah, I don't know if you agree with this, but these are a kind of luxury item. Policy decision makers are not really aware. They are not keen to invest in this exercises. Always payment of benefits. I don't know, all other political priorities. Affect this preoccupation, but we would like to see also in our countries that all this methodological advancement, expertise they have acquired is embedded in a rational and integrated system of skills anticipation and matching. As I said, we reflect here both regular but also incidental exercises, and you can see that countries mention that they, for skills assessment and forecast, they use skills assessment, forecast, foresight, and this is mainly also the foresight, let's say this big response on foresight is actually triggered by a recent initiative we just completed in the enlargement countries. It was called FRAME. A project in which we try to test a novel method in these countries, the foresight, skills forecast, foresight. So this, in a way, I can explain why we have this big frequency of foresight as a tool. But again, it's a first try. We got nice results. Countries managed to develop skills visions on a longer term, and using this qualitative method. Then I don't want to insist on this slide because I mentioned already, employer survey vacancies are one of the most used methods. Here you have a row of three graphs that shows the methodological barriers. I talk here about perception. So these are the perceptions of the ministries of employers, staff, of employment, education, and so on. But I want to say, so these are perceived, but they hold. They hold if we analyze if we compare to other analyses, other evidence we already have on this. So in terms of barriers, bottlenecks, and so on, for planning future skills, anticipation, and exercises, the issue is the support from the upper level of ministries and so on. A big issue is the lack of specialized human resources. So what it's important for us as a priority for future is to see in these countries that we have local research institutes, that we have local capacity to work with these methods. Because as we have discussed yesterday, we can't work with the same method. We have to adapt. And I really liked yesterday our Swiss colleague mentioned in the workshop. It's about try. So these countries have to try, test it, and improve their methods. So, but for this, we need also funds. They need also funds, but also researchers and constant preoccupation. Another one is the statistics. I give you an example of Kosovo, for example, where we have labor force survey, so a basic tool, which is project-based. They have, so World Bank supports them to do this LFS. We have, let's say, recent data of LFS, so we don't have longer, let's say, time coverage of this data. There are some methodological discrepancies from one year to another. So again, it's pretty difficult in these countries to have forecast, longer term forecast, or even if you do it, you have to be very careful with the results. It's not an impossible task, but anyhow, it's important to see. The reliability of the past exercises also is a barrier. The issue of disaggregation, we talked today, yesterday, it's the same issue in this region. There are not enough disaggregated on occupations and so on. Skills measurement and definition, again, an issue, a problem. And another point is the dissemination, and I think it's very important for the discussion today. How do they disseminate the results? How these results really inform timely the policymakers, other stakeholders, individuals, and so on. So we notice that the main channels are websites, specialized websites, specialized reports, and that means that it reaches only us, our people that are interested in these issues. They have also as channels public media and so on, and very low social media. So that it's an area where we can further work, and this conference topics on big data, it's extremely important for us too. And the issue of, translating the outputs in a less technical language. So I finish here. I don't know. The final point is that on VET side, we also have, let's say, a European cooperation, policy cooperation. It's Bruges, Copenhagen. I don't know if this process it tells you something, but anyhow, recently they at EU level plus the candidate countries, our countries, they have agreed on new midterm deliverables for VET policy till 2020, and the issue of big data and its relevance for VET planning and so on came again. So let's say that this is a kind of transversal priority for a lot of policy areas. So if you have questions, I'm available. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Christina, also for sharing those final points, which I guess we all agree upon. I will be now handing over the moderation to Alexander Serdate, and just to thank again our keynote speakers, which have raised here some very interesting points that we could all discuss together perhaps during the coffee break. Thank you very much.
But no coffee break yet, because Krista Larsen wants to introduce the topic of today. So it's only for 10-15 minutes, and then we have a coffee break. Okay, sorry. So then you should tell them.
Good morning, everybody. I will be most of the time a bookkeeper, trying to stick to the agenda and to not give more time than it was planned. So we rearranged our session to start with the presentation and introduction to today's team by Krista Larsen, and next follow-up by Andrew. And we will announce a break for coffee. But before, I'm from Krakow, from the Krakow University of Economics, and a university teacher and a specialist, as I assume, in public policy analysis. So I will try to, just in one word, to move your attention to other fields and markets. You probably may not know that there is the Journal of Financial Intermediation. So in various markets, like financial markets, there is also use of the concept intermediaries. But sometimes in academic discussion, these intermediaries are questioned. Do we really need banks to save money and keep deposits, or I can lend to Krista and she will she will give back? There are financial investment funds, and there is a lot of discussion to what extent these are efficient intermediaries, whether they are costly intermediaries, necessary, unnecessary. Sometimes we need to look across dimensions of economy to also understand when we use the concept of labor market intermediaries, do we really assume something, or we work on showing that there is no labor market without some kind of intermediaries, and if we have institutions, we should think what kind and how efficient is intermediation. So this was just linking to other economic fields. And now time for presentation by our leader, the regional, the network of observatories, Krista Larsen. Krista, you have no more than 15 minutes.
Thank you, Alexander. So Alexander is a very well-known professor in Europe, and he's one of our founding members. He's always not presenting him in that way. So he's a very important person for the networks, and we're very thankful that he gives our sessions today structure. So my job today is to give some basic introductory ideas which sensitize us for looking on the examples which we will have later on, that we have the chance to look more differentiated on these examples, which will provide us with a lot of basis for our working groups this afternoon. So that's the job I have to do here. And I briefly want to say a word to the OECD LEAD program, the ones who are new with us. you have to know the OECD LEAD program is working along the same line as the network is working, but more a focus on economical development. So, and we are aligned with each other since, I don't know, 6-7 years. So things sound very similar, what they do, what we do, but their focus is a little bit more on economic development. Our focus is more on labor market development. Also, we had a very, very nice presentation on skills here. So, and we talk to each other and learn from each other, so that's a nice thing. Also, we do the same thing with the training fund. So, coming to our topic, when we decided to choose the topic of intermediaries, and we started to think about that, we thought, oh, it's an old topic. Every year, most of the discussions we're in, we talk about intermediaries. They are always with us. But then we thought a little bit about it, and we became aware that in most cases, we really do not reflect so much on intermediaries. We don't know a lot about their structure. We really do not know in detail about the way how they function, etc., etc. So we basically never really investigate in the intermediary so much. So then when we realized that, we were very happy that we have this topic today, because that's the chance to go a little bit more in depth and discuss on that. So the basic background when we talk about intermediary is that we say 3 major institutions, some people say 4 or 5 main institutions on the labor market. And these are systems which are kind of closed system with their own logic, their own interest-driven, etc., etc. So these are the enterprises and their associations as one pillar. Second pillar, the WET system, and we always discuss the public employment services as a third pillar. So each pillar works on its own logic, but they are all on the same labor market, and so we have gaps, and we need to bridge the gaps. And this is the job of the intermediaries to do that. That's the basic idea. And so we tried, when we prepared this day, we tried to think about what types of intermediaries could we distinguish. So you can approach that theoretically, but what we said, okay, what we do, the experience we have in the network and the empirical examples and the good practice examples, let's guide that. Let us guide from this. And so we identified 3 types. We identified intermediaries, which we often discuss. These are the labor market observatories. A second type would be employers associations and politics to a certain extent. And the third type are public labor offices. And I will come a little bit in detail on the 3 of them. So labor market observatories, they are kind of interest-neutral meta-actors, and they have the chance to bridge between enterprises, WET, placement, offices, services, unemployed people, employed, etc. So they can provide a region with an overall structure, interest-neutral. This is important. Second type, enterprises and sectoral associations, often enterprises or branch organizations. They are very close with the WET system, or try to be very close with the WET system in building their own WET organizations within their branch organizations. So there's a huge demand on bridging WET system and the world of the companies. So that would be a second type, and we include here the public sector because looking at healthcare or the educational system, this is public sector. So this is represented basically by the sectoral politics, and we think the sectoral politics, they are also intermediaries on a regional and local level. And the third type we have are public labor offices. Their job is to majorly to integrate unemployed people, bring them in employment, so they bridge here the gap to the potential employers. And starting from this idea, you see already, so the different types of intermediaries, they build different bridges. So then we tried to look a little closer and to define some structural dimensions, to look to understand more about the three types. So you see in the columns the three types, and then we try to define the structural dimension. So if you look, for example, on the scope of this type of intermediaries, all of them, which are interesting for us, the scope is regional or local, but if we look at employers' associations, they have additional, often a sectoral scope. So looking at what are their groups on the labor market they address, so their target groups for their tasks. So if we look at observatories, they most of the time work with representatives from WET, from company, from labor institutions, etc., etc. So they go for the representatives and try to bring them together. If we look at the second type, the employers' associations, here we have the enterprises, the employees, and the sector-related WET. So very different setting. And if we look at the labor office, we have the unemployed. That's the major task, but we have often special activities, special intentions to look on young people, to look on 50 plus, so elderly people, to look on migrants, to look on women, etc., etc. So the orientation of the intermediaries, the different type of intermediaries, is quite different in a regional or local labor market. And if we go further and look the function they fulfill as an intermediary. So if we go for observatories, they do something like enabling the regional and local actors to cooperate, to network with each other, most of the time, as far as we know, on a total voluntary basis. Yeah, so to make people understand that cooperation is useful. So the enabling aspect is very strong with the observatories. If we look at the employers' associations, so it's more than enabling. They try to bind people together, and sometimes, because there is often money in the game, so there is some obligation in it. So it's totally different from the function the observatories fulfill. And if we go for the labor office, there is also binding to obligation because there is money in the system. The companies get some money if they employ long-term unemployed people, etc., etc. So this is obligatory then. So looking in the strategic profile of these three types, so we see quite a variation. And then if we look at the economic base of the intermediaries, so observatories are very often publicly financed, and if we look one row lower, and a lot of observatories are still run as projects with limited money, terminated money. If we look at the employers' associations, this type of observatories, this type of intermediaries, we most of the time have permanent structures. It's an organization which doesn't have to care for the financial basis and has a continuous structure. And if we look at labor office, so they are publicly financed, but there's also permanent structure. So what we want to make clear with that, so the frameworks, so the individual frameworks for single types of intermediaries vary quite a bit. And so this framework condition have a strong impact on what the intermediaries can do in their regions, how they function, and what they can address. So what we did, we made this small picture, and you don't need to read all the details. So you see in the lines, you see the three type of observatories, and then we listed up here. So the structural dimensions, and you see the crosses, they vary. So what we have often in regions and localities, that we have an intermediary run by a regional labor office, we have an intermediary which is run by a chamber of commerce, and we have an intermediary, we have an observatory which is run by the city of something. Yeah. So and we think sometimes that can be very fruitful because they deploy very different approaches to the local situation, but one has to be really aware on that. So the goal for today is to use such a structure and other ideas which we will get from the presentation to think a little more differentiated on different intermediaries on one side, and then on the other side we talk here about regions and localities, and the frameworks of regions and localities vary quite a bit. And so there is no discussion yet on how different types of regions relate to different types of intermediaries. So we would be very curious if we could cover this topic also in our discussions today, because we think it's absolutely relevant. And I like very much in your talk that you made this point so strong. We have wonderful instruments or concepts, but their functionality is very much related first to their own framework conditions, internal framework conditions, but to a much larger extent to the framework conditions they have in a certain region or locality. And we have to be aware on that. So that's the program we suggest for today. And thank you.
Thank you, Krista, for the introduction. And now time for Andrew Dean from the University of Exeter and Marchmont Observatory to introduce the first type of labor market intermediaries, regional labor market observatories. So, Andrew, the floor is yours.
So it's just thank you, everyone. It's lovely to be back at a lead program. It's lovely to be back at another network program. I was at a lead program, so it's in my head. The reason I said lead program is because there's a slide that I'm using that Michaela Mainargi might be rather familiar with. So I wasn't aware she was here, but obviously it was stolen with you in mind when I put it in my presentation. It's lovely to be here. What I'm going to talk to you about today is a project that is a network project. There are 8 partners here, and they're involved in something called the VetEds project. VetEds project is a 2-year project. It started last year. It's going to run until 2016, and it is all about how do we better align vocational education and training provision with the needs of the labour market, which we're calling sort of economic forecasting or economic development. So if you think of the role as an intermediary, so you've got all your observatories and various other organisations, and you're providing labour market intelligence to a number of different users. You're often providing that in different formats, at different times, in different ways, and the European Commission is very, very keen that we try to do that a little bit better, and that we try to get the training that is being provided to fit with the economic needs of the employers now and the needs that are being forecast for the future. So actually it's a fairly simple project, and it's about how do we do a lot of the things that we're doing now, but perhaps just a little bit better. So I'm going to describe a little bit about the project and some of the outcomes so far, the relevance to the labour market initiatives, and then to have a little look at the toolkit that we hope to produce. Ultimately, the project is going to produce a toolkit which will be available on the website of the network, and it will help intermediaries to do what they do, hopefully, a little bit better. The idea of aligning vet supply and economic development strategy has actually come straight out of the European Commission, and it was in the guidance for the programme of Erasmus+. So we're responding to a need that's already been identified by policymakers. Now, Krista has already gone into quite a bit of detail about the nature of intermediaries, so I think I can quickly skip that one. We're at the halfway stage of the project. So far, we've very much been looking at local and regional interventions. To give you an idea of the kind of things we've been producing, This is the literature review report, which you can find on the network website. You'll be glad to know, because it is 193 pages long. It is very easy to skip through, I would point out. Similarly, this is actually the compendium of case studies of local and regional good practice that we've looked at. So this is every case at local and regional level, looking at what works and why does it work, and then trying to tease that out so that people who are like you, doing similar kinds of jobs, can have a little look and see if there are things there that you can pick up. This one is this is 316 pages. So we're not giving them out for everyone to take away, but you can at least, if you take nothing else away, then we are capable of decimating the forests of Europe with the quality of our learning. The other thing, this one on the website as well, this is a policy briefing aimed at policymakers. So this is aimed at local and regional policymakers, and this was produced by Ron McQuaid, who's very familiar to members of the network, and that one too is available much shorter because it's aimed at policymakers. Okay. Within the case studies, we'll take a little look at some of the case studies. We've separated them out into 5 particular types. So if you're on the website looking at the report, you'll see we've separated out into these 5 groups. The first one looks at matching the education with employers' needs. The second one is a little bit more specifically around forecasting. There's a section dedicated to examples of sector-specific training, and there's one on the integration of socially excluded, with quite a lot of case studies concerning migrants, and there's one more dedicated to analysis and monitoring. To go through these one at a time, the example of matching the education with employer needs. The first one is, I'm not going to do all of them, by the way. It's okay, I'm just going to do a small number. The first one is March 1 Slim learning themes. This is, it's an approach that we've used for a number of years in the southwest of England, and it's a way that we respond to the needs of local policymakers. So if they have a particular issue or problem, then we as an intermediary, we will go away, do a small amount of research, look at the labour market intelligence and see what that says, and then we bring together a combined audience of policymakers and practitioners, and the whole aim of that is to come out with just a small number of recommendations for things that the policymakers can invest in to try to improve the circumstance. So it's all about sort of evidence-based policy at local and regional level. So that's one example of the matching the education with employer needs section. The Together project concerns collaborations between vocational education and training and firms more specifically. Delta Blacking is more about the links between schools and business, and Goa Publiec is more about apprenticeships training, and it has a focus on the public sector. Forecasting. To give you an example of how the report looks when you go through it, you'll see that there's kind of summary points to take you through each of these, so you can quickly identify which ones are most likely to be of use for you. And you can see, if you look at the second one down, this is an example from Germany called Regio Pro. And if people are particularly interested in this case study, then Lars, who's in the corner over there, will be presenting on this in one of the workshops later on. But you'll see the level of detail that you can go through, and then for each of these particular case studies, there will be sort of 7 or 8 page report looking at them in a little bit more detail. With the sector-specific training, again, different examples. The first one is focused very much on the logistics sector in Hesse. And for those who were at the Frankfurt meeting, I think we had quite a lot more information on this particular example. The second one, the Nordwin approach, comes from the Netherlands and concerns the Frisian dairy sector, a sector that I'm sure is close to all of our hearts. And the third one is, again, from the United Kingdom, so I'm a little bit more familiar with. And we are, I say we, the French are building a nuclear power station in southwest England. that's going to have a very major effect on the labour market. It's a fairly rural area, so you're going to have about 10 or 15 years worth of building, followed by the kind of staffing and skills required. So we did some work on skills planning so that we can actually understand what skills will be needed, when they will be needed, and where they're likely to come from. That case study is there too. Integration of the socially included and migrants into the labour market. One of these is the wonderfully named Oliver Twist School. I won't do any songs from the musical, but that focuses on decreasing school dropout and also has a particular routes through. The reason it's included is because it also has very specific routes into the handicraft sector and into the tourism sector for those young people who are taking part in the Oliver Twist School. There's also a nice example there of an intervention for new arrivals in Sweden to help them with languages, to help them go into particular sectors in the Swedish economy. Finally, an example that you may well have seen quite a bit on yesterday, the Wallaby is written up. So if you want a little bit more on Wallaby, then you can have a look at our case study on that. An example of the Moravian Silesian region, and an example from Manchester in England. In England, these days we're very obsessed with value for money and impact and cost-benefit analysis. So we have to compare every single type of intervention to make sure we get the right one. So if you're looking, if your economy is heading the way that ours is, then you can have a look at this rather nice model from Manchester for the new economy, cost-benefit analysis. The ultimate aim of VETEDS is to produce a toolkit. Okay. So we've got vocational education training on one side, we have economic development on the other, and the toolkit is for you, it's for practitioners to look at, to take little bits out, find bits that are useful, and to try to help the way and inform the way that they bring those two ideas together. Here is a slide that should be familiar. I've replaced a little bit at the top just to make it a little bit more specific where we all sit. So you've got supply side, and you have the demand side. So demand side is all about the employers, what skills are needed to improve productivity, technology transfer, and so on. And the supply side is much more about vocational education and training providers, and how do we make sure that they're providing the kinds of things that we need. In the middle, we have the high skills equilibrium, which is something that probably all of our regions are ultimately seeking to achieve. And the observatories and labour market intermediaries sit in the middle, and we have to provide information to both sides of that. So we do actually have an important role in trying to bring those two together, practically and through the kind of ways that we disseminate our information. As to what the toolkit will look like, this is actually a slide from an URBACT presentation that I've modified slightly with an arrow. But essentially, again, you see the demand side and the supply side. And if you look at the things which sit right at the heart of that, things like intelligence, information, evidence, collaboration, these are all really key functions of observatories and key functions of people who work in this particular sector. So the toolkit is going to occupy that central space, and it will be a way of helping you to do those kinds of things a little bit better, hopefully. So ultimately, VETEDS should generate a shared vision of success, secured across the different stakeholders, establishing a common purpose going beyond the traditional triple helix of government, business and education to include labour market institutions and intermediaries as part of the glue or cement to ensure that the structure is robust. Finally, the project has a year to go. If there are approaches and models and resources that you use or you're familiar with that you think could be usefully included in this, then please do send them to me. My email address is up there. Anything that you would like to have, even if it's just a need that you're struggling to find, then you won't be alone in that. And if you let us know, then we'll have a slightly better understanding of what it is that you need to help you in your work. That's all I have. Thank you.
We are closing and inviting you for coffee, but you've got from Andrew an efficient amount of information just to make us interested in the material they are producing, and so the rest belongs to us. That means go and read the materials and learn from them. Now 15 minutes, no more.
Hi, sorry. Can I add, after the coffee break, we will take our network group picture. So, where? Sorry, where? Oh, in front of the auditorium.
rows, line, so we can all be inside the picture.
the break has finished, so let's go to work. I will start by informing you that since from Monday on, all presentations to our conference will be available on the website of the network, so you can download and review and refresh the information needed. And also there will be an information about availability of books and the way to get the book. So please please go to the website on Monday. Today we continue the session about various kinds of intermediaries, and we bring to your attention other categories of intermediaries. This part of the day will last 50 minutes, and we will have 3 speakers, starting from Gianpaolo Montaletti, Deputy Manager of Regional Agency in Lombardia, responsible for vet and labor policies. Gianpaolo will speak about agencies, ministries, and sectoral associations and intermediaries. So you have 15 minutes to present your thoughts. Gianpaolo, the floor is yours. Prego.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm a type 1 intermediary, or maybe type 2 intermediary. Somewhere in the middle, as intermediary should be. Okay, let's start with my presentation. The outline of what I'm going to talk about. Why you use big data for decision makers? How do we can influence the activity of decision makers? The need changing vision, understanding market dynamics, and of course, in my experience, the most important thing is support change in the way they think about and they plan vocational training or active labor market policies initiatives. I will briefly present 3 use cases in our experience of using big data to support changing, and some concluding remarks very quickly, as 15 minutes are not enough. Anyway, helping policymakers to change their vision of the market. Very often, when I moved to the regional government here in Lombardy, I found that some decision makers were scaringly ignorant about the real functioning of a labor market. And that's why maybe they hired me and other fellows coming from the research sector. Their opinion was based on common sense, public opinion, reading newspapers, perception of labor market. Statistics that are available usually are ignoring market dynamics, but take static pictures. Market dynamics are more important to understand change and policy planning. And then we try to introduce evaluation procedures with an impact on resource distribution. Evaluation of policy is important, but if you have a feedback on resource distribution is even more important. It's something that everybody can understand. I'm evaluating players on the market. If they don't perform properly, they don't get more money from the government. It's a simple rule, effectiveness, that makes evaluation much more important than evaluation for the sake of evaluation, as we usually see. The big data we have been using, and we are using now, comunicazione obbligatoria, compulsory communication, is based on employers' online declarations about labor contracts. So there are, from 2008 up to now, about 40 million communication and about 6 million workers' careers. This database requires an extensive data quality procedure to avoid garbage in, garbage out effect, statistics. We had nice stories to tell about the use from the Minister of Labor in Italy about this garbage we saw in the newspaper in the last months, and is used in our region for longitudinal analysis of careers, transition from an employment to another, and how market dynamics really works. And then we used this data to support a new generation of programs, of active labor market programs, supporting the government in a radical change from the regional tradition of this kind of policies in Italy, from projects and calls to personal budgets and available on-demand politics for people. So no more calls and projects, but giving money to the people using vouchers, using cards, and so on, and let them to have the power to allocate, to choose between public and private provider of education, training, and of active labor market support. From the approach of public one-stop shop and never come back, and private-public competition and cooperation, from paid for action to paid for results. We paid a large percentage of the money we distribute to public and private provider based on their results in terms of people finding an employment, and from employability to employment evaluation. These were the slogans of the political framework we were supporting with using the technology. Now we'll go through some very quickly, showing you the kind of tables and rhetorics we have been using in these years. We started from answering questions coming from decision makers, questions that were expressed in natural language, okay, not in statistical language. Who really needs more help from the users we have? Okay, so the answer was profiling users using the data we have about them. Profiling used to evaluate the probability to find a new employment. The lower the probability, the more intense the support we gave them, the more money we gave to providers to educate, train, or locate them on the market. A more intense support is a better paid one. We try to avoid the usual cherry-picking, creaming phenomenon in the private sector employment agencies working with public funding. So profiling, we used a univariate logistic model based on the career of about 1 million people, okay, that lost their position in 2010, 2011. 38% of this after, within the end of 2012, got a new job. So we had a large amount of information about the probability to find a new job position for the people who are dropped out in 2 years. And we computed this re-employment probability curve as a probability distribution function. And these are the profiling model variables and the test, the usual test. So age of the end of contract, the skill level, the industrial sector, the gender, the instruction level, issue level, the nationality, and we of course associated probability to clusters of people in order to assign to different people different personal budgets to spend in training or to spend in re-employment programs. These were, okay, the employment probability in quantiles. Skip through just to give you an idea, the flavor of what we have been done. Understanding market dynamics, one of the questions they posed to me is, how long is lasting an open-ended contract? My first answer was, it's open-ended. You cannot, you don't know how long it will be in the future. And of course, that wasn't too easy. And we went to calculate the first time an average of the duration of the different open-ended contracts. But we started doing something different, as to say, survival curves. Okay, the percentage of open-ended contract that survived after 3 years. In Lombardy, the percentage is 41.3%. So open-ended contracts are not forever. Like in the Italian rhetoric, if you find an open-ended contract that will last forever. Not true. The 60% close within 3 years. Why? Because there is a wide, important market mobility in Lombardy. These are the survivor queues we started presenting to decision makers in the public and in the private sector, private agencies as well. And that was important for us to understand how transitions happens in the labor market. Other question, what do they do after internship? What happens to people losing jobs? Where do they go? Do they find another contract? In which time? And so on and so on. These are survival courses for internship and apprenticeships that are, of course, important first steps for young people in our region. These are the contracts after internship. As you can see, there are at least 52% after internship find a contract. 17.3% find another internship. So there is small internship loop inside the labor market. But generally, transitions are a very huge phenomenon. In 5 years, we accounted for 8 million transitions. I say 8 million people that move from a contract to another, to an employer to another. It's a very big amount of people, and most of them move to the same typology of contract. If you look at open-ended contract, the 60% of people, after losing an open-ended contract, move to another open-ended contract. So if you look at the employment statistics or unemployment statistic, they look stable, they look boring. Plus 0.1, minus 0.2. But after the cover, there is a huge movement of people and the market dynamics. And our politics are supporting market dynamics in order to reach much more stability or to support transition in a better way. Skip through, and the market substance after apprenticeship, how long it takes, how step is the cure. For finding a new employment after apprenticeship. Then the evaluation problem as the last example I ran. Counterfactual model for policy evaluation. Are we really making a difference for people enrolled in our programs? Are we finding new jobs to people that were able to find it by themselves? Or are we really giving a good help to them? This is a usual question. I don't know what's your policymakers are asking to you, but they're also asking to me this one. And we established a counterfactual model using the contract. This is a typical presentation of one of our people with the contract after 1 to 12 months after the beginning of our policy, of our support program. The treated group with the support program, the support program is on the left. The non-treated group, extracted by the big data I was talking before, is the curve on the right, and you see there is a difference, which is quite visible. It's about the 30%. So how big is the difference we are making? The 30%, not for everybody. And if you look at unemployed people, you see that in 12 months, non-treated group is reaching the same level of treated group, but at least for unemployed people, use a program makes much more faster than employment activity. Skip through, and I want to go on the concluding remarks because we are more or less at the end of my time. And big data can be used for the usual information to support planning game. I think it's a game. But if you need just to write policy paper introductions, use the usual statistics that are already available. Don't let the decision maker play too much with big data. It's too expensive, it's too risky, it's hard to understand. Try to get simple, bold evidence out of them, if you can. And big data can be fruitfully used to sustain a change, as to say in segmentation of targets, support to transition in the labor market, and policy result evaluation. This is our experience. I hope you will find enough money and time and policy commitment, political commitment to introduce a change and to use in your government activities, and the ability to use big data. We have spent a lot of time with BICOCA and the CRISP in a 5 years long research program that was partially funded by the government in order to enhance quality and to align languages between the government and the research sector, the government and the private sector. It was well spent money, at least in the vision of our politicians. So thank you for your attention. I'm at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gianpaolo, for this very instructive example of Lombardia, and we can now understand why Lombardia is one of leading regions in Europe and the leader in policy experimentation as well. Before going to the next presentation, I would like to welcome, on behalf of the organizers and the participants of the meeting, a delegation from the Korea Research Institute for Vocational Education and Training from Seoul. And we have 3 people coming to our gathering. Mrs. Kim Meran, Mrs. Ko Hai Won, and Mrs. Rayong San. Welcome, bienvenue. Now we have a presentation by Irene Vecchione, General Director of Formatemp, Agency for Training Temporary Workers in Italy. So the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and let me show you our sector, our reality, and what we are working on. Formatemp is a bipartite fund constituted by the Association of Work Agencies and the Trade Unions in Italy, and it was established in Italy in 2000 on the basis of the law which introduced in Italy the temporary work. I go just a little bit just to show you our perspective. We work for the sector of temporary work, and as you maybe know, work agencies can hire people with fixed term contracts or open-ended contracts. So we have 2 different types of employers for work agencies. And we are at this point of the process, that is to say that work agency, in order to train their people, their employers or their candidates, pay the 4% of the gross salary of each employee, to our fund, to Formatemp, and they can use these economic resources to deliver training for their employees. Before the employee goes to the user company or during the contract. We have an observatory that is based physically in the other association of the sector that is called Ebitemp. And this observatory collected all the data from our fund and makes some very interesting researches on the labor market, especially in our sector. Work agencies must pay on the basis of law. The 4% of gross salary is a big amount for the training of their employees, and most part of the contribution is used by work agencies to deliver training programs for candidates or employees. We usually make a difference between the training for the fixed-term contract employees and the training for the open-ended contract employees. Formatemp is the only fund in Italy which manages active policies for labor market and passive policies. That is to say, some welfare tools for temporary workers. As far as the active policies are concerned, we finance training on new skills acquisition, updating, qualification and requalification for workers with fixed-term or open-ended contracts. And also we finance also new paths for orientation, skills assessment and employment support to people. Okay, thank you. That is to say, the job matching between the candidate and the possibilities that there are in the market to get a new job. And the training is always carried out by work agencies or training companies delegated. As far as the passive policies are concerned, we manage the Unimib.It Solidarity Fund in case of working hours reduction, an income support for the unemployed fixed-term workers, and an income integration for periods of unemployment for open-ended contract workers. In every time in the period of unemployment, workers can use the training delivered by the work agencies. So our targets are unemployed or candidates for work agencies employees, and special categories of candidates or employees. Which is the process? Work agencies submit a training project to Formatemp, and Formatemp analyzes and authorizes the delivery and then finances it. Our assessment is a formal assessment because work agencies plan the training projects on the basis of some needs analysis that they always carry on each territory or among their clients that are the user companies where workers are employed. So work agencies always control the skill gaps between competencies owned by their candidates and company needs. Some facts and figures from our funds. You can see that that our market is growing more and more. This year we have from January to July a growing up of the market of about the 24%. So a huge amount of economic resources that we manage each year. Last year they were about 170 million euros, and this year we expect that they will grow much more. You can see that last year we financed training for 135 million euros, almost 30,000 training projects for almost 200,000 participants and more than 1 million training hours, either for fixed-term contracts and or for open-ended contract workers. We usually pay for training on a traditional basis. That is to say, we finance traditional type of courses, that the ones you can see on the slide. that is to say a basic training useful for all sectors and with a target of unemployed or active workers, vocational training for the acquisition or the updating of new knowledge and skills, the on-the-job training that is dedicated exclusively to active workers, and long life learning that is delivered either from work agencies or through some calls, and we are now working on a new type of call for vouchers. That is to say, the possibility for a candidate or a worker to choose a training course on a national catalog published on our website and have up to 5,000 euros to participate to one of these courses. So we pay and we pay the training company who will deliver the training course. A very important figure that characterizes our fund is that work agencies, in order to ensure the 100% of financing of their courses, have to guarantee a placement of at least the 35% at a national level of participants to the courses financed by our fund at the national level, and a 10% at a regional level. And this is a news of last year. So in the last years, we have the result that more than the 41% of the participants to vocational training courses got a new job. And a news introduced from last year is that there is a bonus for all the work agencies who makes more than the minimum. So if people get new job for more than 1 month of full-time equivalent, and they are hired with a task consistent with the training object, Formatemp will reward the work agency with a bonus up to 1,000 euros. Last year, we also introduced a news that consists in some paths of orientation, skill balance, and job matching for people, for unemployed people. Most of these paths were dedicated to unemployed people aged between 29 and 35 years. And at the present, we have a result of the 10% of placement at the end of these paths. That in 14 months, there is a little bit more than 1 year, we financed and paid almost 7,000 of individual projects for almost 30 work agencies. So since this is very important, because social partners decided last year to dedicate to this kind of initiatives a huge amount of economic resources which were unused until last year, social partners decided to enlarge the possibility to deliver this kind of active labor market policies, as we used to call them, also for open-ended contracts workers. With a similar way of delivering it, but with a different target that you can see in the green, I think, yes, in the green ball. That is to say, there are some particular type of participants, such as asylum seekers or unemployed immigrants with residence permission, and so on. We are working at the long life training catalog, on which I already said something. And you can see our target audience and social partners are very concentrated on the target, because it's very important to sustain some type of targets, such as, for instance, working women who at the end of maternity pause don't have a contract, or workers who suffered an injury at work, or unemployed in general. We are already and also working on new rules for training financing in order to simplify rules and achieve the maximum effectiveness of training for work agencies, employers and candidates. Also to skip from the paid for action to the paid for results we already listened about. Okay, I already talked about our passive policies tools, and as I already told, during this period of unemployment or job interruption, we always sustain people with the possibility of a training course in order to avoid the aging skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. It was very interesting, and we have learned about this innovation in Italy, that it has existed already for 13 years. And I think many people will approach you asking more detailed information. Now we are moving to the presentation by Sophie Westenberger from IWAC. And the rule remains the same, 15 minutes.
Hello, thank you very much for having me here today. Today I would like to talk to you about two examples from Germany concerning how ministries can play a role as an intermediary in aligning enterprises' qualification requirements with the WET system. We all know that skills that are needed on the market, on the labor market, are changing over time, and this can be a challenge for the WET system as well as for the companies and the individuals looking for specific trainings and qualifications. So at least in Germany, the WET system has mainly fixed offers on trainings. There are certain qualifications always offered and used by the companies and also the individuals, but mainly there is no real discussion on which qualifications are really needed in the field and which new qualifications should be offered by the training companies. So the ministry can play a very important role here as an intermediary and moderate the discussion between, or the two fields, the two sectors of the WET system, and on the other hand, the economy. I brought two examples from Germany, from two different regions, where we can have a look at how this can function. Both examples have a different focus on how the role of the ministry can look like. The first example, we're looking at the health and elderly care professions in Rhineland-Palatinate. Here the ministry is implementing a scheme for company training centers in this sector. In the second example, we find training coaches that are that are placed in each municipality in Hesse, and they are trying to be the connection between the vet system on the one hand and the companies on the other hand. First, I'd like to talk about the example from the health and elderly care system. As you might know, we have a high demand on skilled labor in this sector in Germany right now, and probably even a rising demand in the future. So the ministry decided to appoint a group of experts coming from various fields, from the observatories, experts from the sector themselves, but also from the ministry, and they were thinking, or they were establishing a scheme for company training centers as a legal foundation. So what they did is that they went to the municipalities and looked at how many apprenticeship positions are needed in the future, how the demographic field looks like in the upcoming years. So they could say for each municipality how many apprenticeship positions are needed. They put all this down in the scheme, and then they started negotiating, the ministry started negotiating with the training providers in the regions, how many apprenticeship positions they could offer for the upcoming years. They found a settlement, and now with this settlement, now with this mandatory scheme, every training company knows how many positions they should offer in the upcoming years, and they also have the financial support from the ministry, so they can offer the trainings as asked from the companies. And the scheme will be updated every 3 to 5 years, so we have always an idea what the fields, the sector needs from skills, and what the training should provide for this sector. So here we can see that the ministry is an important intermediary in this area, in this field, and can close the gap between the training demands on the one hand and the VIT system on the other. An important thing that we always found is not only that we know how many people are needed, but also that there is a good foundation for the financial stability. I'd like to move on to my second example. It's an example from Hesse. And here we're looking at the group of employers who were not that much in the focus of the we're looking at the group of employees that were not that much in focus on the employer side for the last years, because the low qualified people we're looking at right now are mostly not very well trained by the employers, so employers don't really offer that much training, and the vet system doesn't have the training neither. So we need a new structure here in this field. The ministry decided to install these so-called training coaches in each municipality, so that the training coach can mediate between all the stakeholders in the municipality, and a strategy for qualifying those low qualified can be established. So what they do is they go into especially small and medium-sized companies and try and sensitize those companies for training their low qualified, and also identify qualifications needed in this specific company. And then they also know the vet providers in the region and try to establish individual trainings for the low skilled in the companies. So there's a matching point on a local level. Also, since those individuals are mostly not used to learning, the training coaches supports the individual employee during the whole process of qualification, which can take up to 3 years in Germany. Looking at this project, which just started this year, and goes up until 2021, so it runs 6 years. We found that there are certain factors that have a positive impact on the work of the training coaches. First of all, it makes a difference where the coaches come from. So we learned it's good when they come from the economy, and they have a membership in the trade association, for example, or the business development. So this guarantees a close contact to the companies, and so they can sensitize the companies for the training. Another point is that they have to be very knowledgeable of the regional labor market situation in the regions, especially in Hesse. We have the south, where we have Frankfurt and Wiesbaden. I don't know if you know the region, but they're living a lot of people, and it's a very a region where we have a lot of economy and high qualified people. And then in the middle and northern part of Hesse, there are there's a different situation. People, young people especially, often commute to other bigger cities, and so the labor market is really in a different shape there. So they wouldn't have to address the situation, and of course build local networks to the stakeholders in the region. What do we learn from those two examples, which are focusing on the role of the ministries as intermediaries? We see that it is a good way to address the ministry, or use the ministry, as an intermediary, because it has a strong influence on all of the stakeholders. So they can be brought together and work together on this subject, and we see that we have really good results even on the local level. Then we see that we need to focus on the specific qualifications that are needed. It is not possible to offer generalized trainings for specific groups, but we have to focus on the individual demands of the companies. Otherwise, the companies are not willing to finance such an expensive and long-term training for the low qualified. And as a last point, we learned that it's important that the training is on site or near the place where the company is located, because otherwise it's going to be too complicated for the company to organize both working and training the employees. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sophie. Her presentation, as all others, will be on the website, and you can return asking to what extent these lessons are transferable to other contexts, to what extent they are much German or Hessian. So thank you, Sophie. Now it's time for Miren Godsone Zagardui from Basque Employment Service. So Miren, we welcome you and we give you 15 minutes.
Cari colleghi e cari colleghe, è un grandissimo piacere essere qui qua e poter così condividere con tutti voi le esperienze del servizio di impiego pubblico dei Paesi Baschi. Ringrazio vivamente l'Università Milano-Bicocca per la sua gentilezza e ospitalità. E come no, grazie a tutti voi per la vostra gentilissima attenzione. And now I will go into the English one, which is much easier for me. Regional strategy and labor market information. Key factors for training and education planning in the Basque Country. This experience I'm going to share with you is together with my colleague Juan Ibarreche, sitting up there, Director of Labor, Training and Basic Income of the Basque Country Employment Service. You must know that Lanbide, Basque Employment Service, is part of a regional government. It means we are conditioned in our planning and strategy. That's why I want to tell you what the Basque Country is like as a production model before starting. The opportunities we have to define strategies and master the components are very limited for regional and particularly local governments. We are conditioned by economic globalization, but we have the instrumental levers of fiscal and economic policy, which are in hands of the supra-regional and often supra-state institutions. However, we are not prisoners of fate, and we can prepare sectorial and regional strategies and manage to make our own mark. In our regional production model strategies, three main components are identified and sought: to have a product policy, production organization, and a wage ratio. Different strategies have therefore been defined and applied: diversity, flexibility, quality, volume, costs, innovation. A special mention should be made. Thank you. A special mention should be made of our determination and industrial heritage, a legacy dating back over 100 years and which keeps us above the European average. We have high productivity, but there is room for improvement regarding spending on research and development. As we saw you in the slide, we have a production structure where most jobs are in the service sector, but industrial in nature, 21% industrial employment, over the European Union average. 97% of our companies have less than 20 employers on average. We are a territory of micro companies with negative and positive constraints in a globalized world. What we probably lack in size, we make up for in terms of associative capacity. Being sport-oriented is a goal of our regional strategy. Qualification and age are the most outstanding characteristic of the Basque labor market. We have a well-trained population. 55% of the population has 5 to 8 education level, and we have an old working population. Over 45% of the working population is over 45 years old. Regarding the main rates, we stand out positively statewide, and we must improve within the European Union average. How training for employment is set up in the Basque Country? We are convinced of the value of training, and we consider it to be the safest investment for success in the labor market. As regards formal training, there are 144 education centers that offer vocational training, half of which are public. The 35,000 students studying vocational training compare with the 68,000 studying at university. That shows a skills mismatch in terms of labor market and of European Union averages. In the Basque Country, the training aimed preferentially at people in work is managed by 2 entities. Obetus, funded by Lanbide, the Public Employment Service, and the Tripartita Foundation. The training preferably aimed at the unemployment in the Basque Country is the competence of the Basque government, and Lanbide, the Employment Service, finances and manages it all. Last year, we spent on training aimed both at people in work and people unemployed over 80 million euros. The planning of the training for employment in the Basque Country has been organized by the 4th Vocational Training Scheme, the Employment Recovery Program, and Lanbide's strategic plan from 2013 to 2016. The draft bill of the Vocational Training Act of the Basque Country is currently being prepared also. This framework manages the range of training offered in 26 professional groups, underpinned by solid pillars such as the professional skill certificates common in the Basque Country vocational training system, and instrumental bodies such as Observatory of the Basque Vocational Training System, held by Lanbide, Basque Institute of Qualification, Basque Agency for the Assessment of Skill, Competence and Quality of Vocational Training. We are convinced that there are 2 key factors that influence the planning of training for employment. First one, having regional strategies in the main areas of productive, economic and social development, all of which are sustainable along with the specialized sectorial strategies. And second one, having information that characterizes the labor market, pinpointing its current needs and foreseeing future needs. As regard of the first factor, the development of regional strategies, we have public institutions and a social fabric in the Basque Country that have led the way in the application of this methodology in the areas of competence. Lambide seeks to take into account the strategic principles that underpin and construct our society, considering the chapter referring to the labour market, contemplating their analysis, conclusions and recommendations to introduce them in the planning of the training for employment that we program every year. I will now outline our current position and also tell you what we think we've got to improve. Strategies exist, and those are the ones we use. I'm just going to mention them to you because I think that it's much more interesting that you can look in our web for further information. I will refer them, and they are the 4th VASC vocational training SEM, which adapts vocational training to the needs of people and companies, the Employment Recovery Program workout during the crisis period, EcoSCADI 2020, framework of sectorial plans for the Sustainable Development Perspective, RIS3, EUSCADI, Smart Specialization, BASC RDA in Europe, practical guide and support services in the Basque Country, and Basque Country Competitiveness Report. Fundamentally, the chapters are identified relating to forecasts, trends, and recommendations of the labour market in the areas of sectors and branches of activity, employment and occupational groups, competencies and qualifications. We also have in place sectorial strategies, clusters, driven by Basque business associations such as automotive industry, energy, aeronautics, paper. Which components shape the information system that we use to take our political decisions about labour training market planning? The labour market information system that we use at Lambide is made of both administrative records and statistical operation, some of them of our own, some of them from specialized people or entities on it. The aim is to access complete databases so that fields such as production activity and occupation are relation and conversion aspects among all the operation and records. The main sources we use are Social Security registration, employment contract register, statistical operation regarding the labor force of the main statistical agencies, the Lambide records such as job application, job placement, register of services received, and two components of this information system that should be mentioned are two annual census we made. They are census operations to measure job placement from the educational system. 3 universities and set of vocational training centers take part on it. Over 20,000 people every year incurred. We get a response of over the 75% of those people, and we make most significant employment variables: occupation, branch of activity, search time, occupation training, geographical mobility, language. Our practical initiative to plan the range of training for employment. It is developed by our technical office, our observatory, labor observatory, through which we are part of this European regional network we are celebrating here. Just a short explanation about the synthetic indicator system for weighting the training of 26 professional groups. It is an information system made up of a large amount of data in terms of professional groups and employment performance. We have integrated 9 statistical operations and administrative records. And what we want to get from it, we, the politicians, the decision makers, is to reach to institutional decisions regarding the budgetary economic division about those 26 professional groups. We want applying the following trends to economic resources for training by professional groups: employment supply and demand, those arising from characterizing the quantitative and qualitative placement from formal training and training for employment, and those on a 10-year timeline. So we want to see a little bit of the future coming. And we want to incorporate a guidance support instrumental tool to be used by the guidance staff, our own staff, and on a self-use basis in the Lambida information system. As you can see in this slide, we have a product with a WAFI proposal and allocation of the annual training for employment budget for 26 professional groups. We even have, we try to reach to say those green arrows you see, that's what we think will be the future employees for our people. Do you see that we've got the yellow one, which we don't know, we are not very sure how it will be in the next few years, and we have the red ones. Those are the ones we think will be not increasing, so we will try to use less of our training for one of those. But the model is not completed. We consider this model with room for improvement, despite containing quantitative and qualitative information. And we think we can improve from the perspective of the contents, having information on competencies of the future labor market, skill, expertises, attitudes, and having forward-looking information on jobs. We also think we can improve from the perspective of dissemination, improving the design of the application, which you can see full of numbers, and its interface with the users. Through the Erasmus Plus program, we are partners of CIMOVET project, Big Data, to help plan training. And we know the progress being made of the BETETS project, the regional strategy, as a means to support planning training. The spheres in which we are interested, as I have already pointed out, competencies and prospects. In the partial assessment of the CIMOVET and BETETS projects, we had the opportunity to learn about different best practices, which we are visiting in situ now, and to analyze them and maybe the future implementation in the Basque Country. Thank you, and our congratulations to regions and partners that are showing us the way by means of their best practices.
Thank you, Miren. We could learn what a small country should do to navigate in the ocean of the global economy. So congratulations to the Basque Country. Now we are going to listen to the next presentation by two persons, by Marta Sosnowska and Michał Staniszewski from Białystok in the eastern part of Poland.
Hello, thank you for the possibility to show our idea for such motivated audience today. The objective of the project is to assess the usefulness of data analysis and knowledge of the regional labor market for the users in Poland in selected examples. Firstly, we will tell you about the concept of the labor market intelligence in Poland. The second, we will tell you about dilemmas of decision making and information needs of the organization. As an example of Podlaskie province, Poland, it's our region. We will also show you development strategies and information needs of the organization in the example of the Stratex system, special system in Poland. First, we would like to tell you about the idea of the labor market information and intelligence in Poland, this notion that seldom appears in Polish literature. That is why our explanation is that after the Scottish government, I quote, any quantitative and qualitative facts, analysis and interpretation about the past, present, or future structure and workings of the labor market and the factors that influence it. Please note that LMI includes both labor market information and labor market intelligence. Institution, organization, and citizens recognize the need and necessity to adapt to changing environmental conditions. Their high awareness and willingness to adapt this operations to market needs often meets a significant barrier, which is a lack of knowledge about what are those needs. Taking this into consideration, we would like to know what are the decision-making dilemma versus information needs of the organization. Decision-making dilemma faced by all organizations play an important role in the demand for the specific data, information, and knowledge. On the other hand, decision-taking the entrepreneurs are the result of researching a way of problem-solving or new developments which create the need for the specific data and information. On the other hand, that arise from the needs and expectation of the market. Please look at the graph, how it look like. Our study, our regional study, which was held in 2010, allowed us to identify three main decision-making areas. The first one, human resources management, employment policies, for example, attracted an adequate number of staff with appropriate qualification, employees' remuneration systems. The second one, products and production systems. The third, educational system, matching skills and labor market needs. We ask our employers about the usefulness of some product, some ideas. Imagine that, generally speaking, employers don't assess positively the following products which you see. I'm sorry, this is one moment. Okay, it is. Please look at the slide. Our employees didn't assess positively such products like economic forecast, the economic parameter, and consumer confidence index. Then the average score of economic forecast is approximately 3.8 on the scale of 5. So this product has not been introduced in Podlaskie region. But the rating really depends on the type of the business. Analysis and analysis of the key sectors in Podlaskie province are very important for us. This analysis evaluates the state of industry, including the state of competition, changes in markets, business strategies, technological changes. Such analysis includes recommendation and forecast for the future. Average usefulness is 4. In the Podlaskie province, the key sectors already examined are the following: agriculture, transport, timber industry, tourism, construction, trade, food industry, and we are also analyze the sectors having a potential for growth, like trade and electronic service, biotechnology, manufacturing, computer software, call center, grocery sector, therapeutic food production, geriatric rehabilitation industry, and manufacturers of the medical equipment. The second important product idea are forecast analysis of supply and demand for vocations. The majority of the survey was positive, and the product was launched in some regions in Poland. Amidst the no analysis methods of labor market equilibrium, the research of Małopolskie Observatory of Labor Market and Education and the Podlaskie Observatory Labor Market. How to examine the equilibrium on the labor market in the given examples? For example, taking the first one, by using the occupational barometer. It's an example of a good practice in Poland, which is a short-term 1-year forecast of demand for occupation. Which is a short-term 1-year forecast of demand for occupation in the Polish region. The forecast is developed for each county by local labor office staff, including placement officers, career counselors, person in charge of relation with undertakings and responsible for the organization of training events, as well as European Employment Service assistants and job club leaders. In Poland, the study was originally initiated by Labor Market and Education Observatory of Małopolska. The panel experts qualify job into 3 groups: deficit occupations, balanced occupation, a surplus occupation. We can also examine the equilibrium of labor on the labor market by using the map of occupation and qualification, like in our region, in Podlaskie. It's a quantitative method which was developed by our Voivodeship Labor Office. The method consists of the analyzing different sources of job advertisement for the desired profession, qualification, and competence. It has analyzed approximately 250 variables, but it is a very ineffective method. In the future, we would like to implement the similar device, like to Unimib.It device, which was presented yesterday here. It's really, really interesting method, and we are interested in this idea. The next access of the product is examining the state and prognosis of economic migration. Usefulness 3.2. Polarized opinions among the respondents. Example, the representatives of commerce and service business estimate such usability low, while the high the public administration estimation. At the present, the institution of public administration signal a need to continue examination in this scope. We haven't yet launched this product yet, but the needs are. What about the study of graduates' careers? The graduates' careers study must determine the career path of school and university graduates. Usefulness 3.1. A high usefulness is admitted by the entities and public administration, while no usability is claimed by trade and service firms. That is a statutory task of higher education schools, which are obligated to conduct such analysis, if possibly with other entities in Poland. Amidst the 32 researched organizations by in-depth interviews, 31.5 claimed that no researches, analysis and prognosis of labor market had been conducted. The remaining entities frequently indicated the following areas of the insight research: analysis of the market demand for vocations is the first, the second, graduates' careers research, and the third, analysis of the average salary and trade. Please note that the statistical information for us and indirect contracts and cooperation among enterprises are the most significant source of economic entities. The others are the press and the specific analysis of trade organization, and associate, and so on.
Yes, I've just heard that I have more or less 3 minutes for the rest, so I don't know how I'll make it, but I'll try. The table shows evaluation of usefulness of information associated with the professional career or labor market in scale from 1 to 5. As you can see, the most useful are desirable qualifications of employees, professions which will be in demand in the future, and presently desired professions. On the other side, the less important information is occupations sought abroad at present, and professions which will be in demand abroad in the future. Okay. Next slide shows information channels concerning the labor market and the professional career. It says that the local press now plays a key role as an information channel addressed to residents of the region. The channel should be used effectively during the dissemination of research and analysis aimed at the residents. As a study result of the information needs of the labor market entities, 4 major research fields have been indicated in the region. The first is trade analysis, so analysis of key sector of the province, analysis of the seed sectors with development potential of the province, and the second one is analysis of supply and demand for work and vocations. Example, the Pulaski map of vocations and qualifications. The third field is analysis of the education system, and the last but not least, wage analysis in the region. Bearing in mind the needs of all actors of socio-economic development, an important source of information turns out to be the regional labor market observatories, which, taking into account the specific activities of the region, largely pursuing their own research and analysis. And the action of the observatory was based on a general model of its operation. The model of the observatory shows the architecture as to the main functional blocks and their links within the system. The first step is to obtain information required for preparing the products of the observatory. This function is implemented by the module called the module of acquiring information. The second and the others are the following: the module of the market parameterization, the analysis and forecasting model with the key products, the module of disseminating and exchange information, and the storage module. So how LMI is viewed by the regulation institutions? And the research of the regulation institutions indicates a need for introduction of the labor market intelligence system in Poland. So now it's better probably. The labor market intelligence system ought to contain inter alia the following additional areas: demography, migration, society, cooperation of business, universities and vocational schools, as well as the units of territorial self-government in the scope of vocational training, spatial mobility, migration, human capital, social capital, in order to effectively support the process of decision-taking by different actors of the social and economic life in Poland. The regulation institutions provide both the descriptive data, analysis and interpretations, as well as conclusions and recommendations. However, they require improvement of distribution channels. Also, potential users must be informed and aware of their existence. So, where are the best available databases, data sources, and information in the views of the regulating institutions? They are in possession of the central and regional statistical offices, Ministry of Labor and Social Policy, Voivodeship Labor Offices, the Central Bank of Poland, Eurofound, and the selected databases of academic centers, institutes. Here we can see a layout of strategies in Poland, which is complex. Beyond the extensive description, it includes lots of indicators for the monitoring. And the lack of a coherent system of monitoring indicators caused a chaos. And the Central Statistical Office met the needs of users and created a system called Strateg. The Strateg is a system created by the Central Statistical Office for programming and monitoring of development policy. It is a collection of data derived from different sources and used to monitor the implementation of strategies. Thanks. Additionally, the system gathers statistical indicators relevant to the implementation of cohesion policy. Okay. Apart from numerical data, Strateg also includes definitions of concepts, methodological explanations, reports, and thematic analysis. Along with a highly developed database application, the Strateg system offers its users functional tools supporting the analysis of socioeconomic trends in form of charts and maps. And here you can see the Strateg's website. The website is very intuitive and user-friendly with navigation bars and pull-down menus, and it's very, very useful with its data. Okay, so in conclusion, the concept of labor market intelligence is barely recognizable in Poland. Institutions have a wide range of data, analysis, interpretation, and recommendations, but these sources are diffuse. There is no coherent system for making strategic decisions. An example of a system that meets the criteria for LMI are regional projects entitled labor market observatories, but most of them ended its activities in connection with the loss of funding from the European Union. Central Statistical Office has the biggest knowledge base. This institution, through innovative attempts, tries to adapt their tools to the needs of users. However, it's based largely on its own data. employers and residents cannot use the available databases and often don't reveal such a need. It's necessary to adjust the distribution channels and the language of analytical studies, reports, strategies to the type of recipient. Employers rarely conduct their own studies and research, and those conducting research focus on the following: analysis of the market demand for vocations, graduates' careers research, and analysis of the average salary. Employers require support from other institutions in this regard. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you for the abundance of information. We have the core of our problem, complex problems, abundance or flood of information, and too few policy instruments, too few resources to solve complex problems. Thank you. And now we move to our last but not least speaker in this session, Mr. Andreas Mangs from Sweden. We are running out of time, but it will be unfair to give him less than 15 minutes, so you have 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. No, but hello, everyone. I know you're all hungry, so I will try to speed this up. Still try to keep you on track, so to speak. Well, I'm going to speak broadly about the Swedish labor market and the megatrends, basically, that we see now. We have a growing economy. It's quite closer. We have a growing economy. It's quite strong in European terms. We estimate a growth of 2.73% in 2015, 2016. Thank you. At the same time, we have a high labor demand, but we also have a high inflow into the labor force, which means that we only have a modest reduction in the unemployment figures according to our forecasts. Basically, just half a percentage point reduction until 2016. And the divide or increased polarization that I just want to sketch for you today goes along the lines that you can see in the last 2 points here. We have, at the Public Employment Service, we basically divide job seekers into vulnerable groups and non-vulnerable groups. Vulnerable groups are groups or job seekers that has been identified to having a significantly higher risk of ending up in really, really long unemployment spells. And these 4 groups are basically people that are born outside Europe, people that have less than a secondary education, people who are 55 years or older, or are functionally disabled. And this group increased quite rapidly. As I said, we have a rapid increase in the labor force, but it's also a significant change in the composition of the labor force. We have many that are new to the labor market, specifically immigrants and refugees. We also have some demographical changes and challenges that is a trend that we see all over Europe. The native population is growing older and we are getting fewer. And from this background then, we see an increased labor market polarization. For those with experience in education, we have a really, really strong labor market. At the same time, we have a really hard situation for immigrants and those with a weaker educational background. Speaking in relative terms, I think, or the unemployment rate in Sweden for natives 20 years or older are something like 4%. It's 5 times as high among immigrants. And we also have a problem with matching. We have a situation where the labor supply doesn't match or the demand. And we have shortages in several occupations. On this slide, you see the development of registered unemployed. The blue line is registered unemployed belonging to so-called vulnerable groups. The red line indicates registered unemployed not belonging to vulnerable groups. As you can see, post the financial crisis 2009, this gap is just ever increasing. So we are counting on, or our forecast is something like 75% of all the registered unemployed will belong to vulnerable groups in 2016, 2017. And this, of course, means much challenge for the public employment services. Every individual in this group needs a lot of support, or not every, but on average, these people need more intensive support to be employable, so to speak. Splitting up this group of job seekers in vulnerable groups, we can see that we have a massive inflow in this blue line, and this is people born outside Europe. And also the red line, which are people who don't have a secondary education. And there's a big correlation between being born outside Europe and lacking education. So this is a dramatic change in the composition of the Swedish labor force, and a huge challenge for the public employment service. It is not new, but the situation is not new. As you can see, it has been going on for a couple of years. But given the situation that we face in the world today, with a lot of unrest and war in the Middle East and elsewhere, and given the position that Sweden has taken in these matters, if we don't act, this polarization will probably continue to increase even more in the future. In this aspect, it is also very important to consider the age profile of those with a lower education, who lacks the secondary education. And the blue line here is the foreign-born, and the red line is the natives. So the native population who lacks secondary education, basically when they have turned 24, 25, they somehow read up their grades so that they get the secondary education. Among the foreign-born, we see a constant inflow in the younger ages. And in Sweden, if you don't have the secondary education, you basically are not employable. So potentially we have a huge part of the labor force that are not employable if we don't do something in terms of competence. We have to increase the competence of this group, particularly the foreign-born who lacks secondary education. To give you a summary of what I've been trying to really speed up, we see an increased economic activity in the coming years. We have a strong labor market, but only a slight drop in unemployment. We also see increasing labor shortages in some key occupations, for instance, doctors, nurses, teachers. At the same time, we have a growing share of the unemployed that belongs to these vulnerable groups, and we see an increasing labor market polarization. We can call it ins and outs. Coming to some initiatives and policy recommendations. Well, we have just seen from the government an initiative called the Fast Track. And here the target group are the immigrants who have finished high school or even have a university or a college diploma. And the purpose is basically to shorten the time from arrival to work. It is about identifying the skills at a really, really early stage, and to be more cooperative with the employers and the unions from the government side, that we have a tighter cooperation. From the PS perspective, we suggest that we have a broad educational initiative. And this connects back to 2 slides ago, where we saw the age profile of those who lacks the secondary education. It is vital and crucial that we try to increase the human capital in this group so that they will become employable. We also have a closer and intensified cooperation with employers, and this is naturally taking place on the local and the regional level. It is crucial for the public employment service to have good and tight relations with employers, so that we can get out, so that we can get these people belonging, particularly to the vulnerable groups, into work via subsidized employment or some other form of programs. Then the National Institute for Economic Research, they basically say that we need serious structural changes in Sweden. And what they say is that, well, from an economic perspective, we have a huge group with kind of low productivity, and the wage situation in Sweden is not adjusted to this situation. So they say adjust minimum wages, basically. And I think that maybe to get to some sort of improved situation, I think we might need a mix of all of these. There is not one single answer to this increased polarization that we see, but we need a mix of all these policies. And thank you for your attention. That was well under 15.
Thank you, Andreas. If Sweden cannot solve its problems, who can? So we have good hopes. And now we are closing this session. We have half an hour delay, so some administrative announcements. So you know already that you will still have 1 hour for lunch, but working groups will start later, 2:45, and this will delay the whole program by half an hour. And working groups are divided into 2 streams. One stream is composed of 3 blocks, A, B, C, and you have in your program the names of moderators. So in the stream regarding intermediaries in European regions, the group 1 will be moderated by Andrew Dean and Daniel Poreb, and you will be guided to the place by Sylvia. Working group number 2, with moderation by Ben, Nielt and Carmen, will be guided to the meeting place by Mirko. And working group number 3, moderated by Nina and Andreas Mangs, will be guided by Fabio. And we have working group about intermediaries in non-European regions, which will be moderated by Laura Schmidt, will be guided to the meeting point here. It will be here. So it's the easiest to find. And that's all for now. We resume our work at 2:45. Thank you.
Sorry, I have just to add something for this afternoon. In the late afternoon, we're going to have a city tour together, so please join us. And I want to show you the meeting point, which will be near Castello Sforzesco, which is at the subway stop Cairoli. And oh no. Okay. This is the meeting point. So in the background, you can see the castle, and those are the expo gates. And so we are going to meet between the 2 white pyramids, okay, at 6 o'clock. Otherwise, if you are attending the plenary session, I think we will go together from here. And the last thing is that Fabio has an indication for you.
Yes, just to say that we are starting a new research on multi-criteria decision-making for labor market, and we will send you an email that will indicate how you can contribute in this research. So please, we would like to encourage you in contributing. Okay, so thank you. Enjoy the lunch.
Enjoy lunch.
Thank you. So probably we are starting the last time of our conference. So Nina and probably Laura come to the fourth group. Thank you. So just this last session to talk about works within the groups. So today presentations give us many elements. Oh. Okay, so before I turn to working group participant for restitution, just two points of our reflection today I want to put on the foreground, because I feel one of the main issue for the field of work we've done about and mismatch between labor demand, supply, skill needs of firm. It's the fact that we have seen many actors, many stakeholders in that field. And so the question of cooperation, of partnership is a very important point, and probably it's lobby to take into account the political science and what they can bring us about the question of governance, of how people, decision makers can work together, and I think sociology and also political science have many things to learn and to make something interesting of our reflection. And on the second point, probably a bit negative one, but I think it's important to ask, and probably other groups are the same reflection, that even we and all intermediaries put many scientific knowledge and precise expertise. We know that there is many dimensions or must be prevalent or the first in the driving decision, with political strategy, with fund and financial dimension, or the economic strategy of firms. So we have to keep in mind that even we are very precise and make interesting knowledge, they are not always the main dimension in the decision. So we have to continue working and to try to make the question of appropriation of decision makers of what our finding, and try to associate them with in our works. And I think it's some speeches dealing with the group also. So probably the first group with Andrew, if you want some in between 5-10 minutes to have some restitutions. Thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. The first working group was very pleased to have a presentation by Lars, who's there in the corner. Lars gave a really excellent presentation on the Regio Pro project, which is one of the VetEd's case studies and something you can read more about. But it's a really good example of a regional skills forecasting approach. And the aim is to really identify where the mismatches are and where the skills shortages are going to be. And what's nice about it is that it's at a variety of levels. So it works at a regional level, but they also go down to really quite local level as well. And it's not just a question of analytical forecasting, data forecasting. There's a lot of qualitative work that goes on with particular groups of employers and policymakers. And so what you tend to have through that is a very inclusive process. And we sort of moved on from discussing that to look at how important that actually was to have that level of inclusivity to what's happening, but also how important it was that if you're going to be working with an audience of employers, particularly SMEs, or an audience of policy, then they have to see something coming out of it. So it can't just be sort of once and then never hear anything again. And Regio Pro's been going for a number of years, and so it's part of a sort of recognised process, so people do understand why it is that they're in a room and what the result is going to be. And similarly, how important it was that there was some leverage, that they were able to have an impact on financing and on what was going to happen in that particular area, that it wasn't just a paper exercise, there was going to be some kind of tangible results. Looking at some of the other key issues that came out for intermediaries, resourcing came up as a problem straight away. Clearly, if you're going to take part in forecasting, if you're going to develop models, it's going to be quite an expensive exercise, and there are a variety of ways to get that kind of money to do that job well. What was also interesting was that almost every observatory or observatory-like structure was using European money. So whether it's European Social Fund or perhaps a fund to help boost countries such as the Balkan states, then the importance of European money in underpinning the evidence base for how we approach skills, I thought was quite interesting. Other issues? There were some worries about the efficacy of forecasting and the effectiveness of forecasting, especially if you're trying to do it through interviews with SMEs. And one of my colleagues on the VETEDS project, Daniel, pointed out a case study from Bremen, which is a very qualitative case study. It doesn't base itself necessarily very much on data. And so if you're looking for a very qualitative approach, then again, there's a case study there that would be well worth looking at and well worth exploring. We also touched right at the end on the area of sort of how do you assess impact, and how do you assess what works, and the relative benefits of one approach against another approach, which is something of an obsession in the United Kingdom at the moment. And we discovered that it wasn't an obsession everywhere else just yet, but that there were similar examples where people were being asked to compare different target groups and the impact of where the money should be concentrated to have the maximum benefit on particular target groups. So I think that area is probably one that's going to grow. Hopefully I haven't misrepresented my group terribly. That's all I have. Thank you, Aline.
Thank you. So the second group? Yeah. Okay. As you know, the second working group was about the role of the different institutions as intermediaries in bridging the gap between enterprise and education and training. Thanks to Sophie, that she started telling us about the example that she has mentioned this morning, about the awareness or the worriness in Germany, for example, on low-skilled people, and after that, the debate among the different participants in the working group started. There were examples from the UK, from Finland, from Germany, from the Netherlands, from Greece, from the Balkans, and even from the USA and the Basque region and the UK. So more or less, though there were very interesting examples, we try to say what we do in order to find those gaps and what we can do. And
our reflections are that it is important to create tools to use that correct and right information, because we realize that sometimes everybody is working on their own and we are not successful and we are wasting resources and money. We have to adapt to specific situations on the labor market, and there must be a good partnership and a good dialogue. Something very interesting that we more or less all of us said is that we have to take into consideration the family, because we always think of the politicians, the employers, the schools, but the coaches. But what about the parents? That they are the first ones who have a great influence in people in order to choose their labor careers. We think that there must be a dialogue between all the different stakeholders, and we also think that the intermediaries have a very important role as independent in order to join all those different stakeholders. And some of us said that strategies were not worthy, but at the end there must be an agreement and a strategy and a mandate. We cannot forget about those 3 points, which are very important in order to be successful. And for example, I mentioned one thing that we are doing in the Basque region, especially in our association, that we, as an independent intermediary, we saw a gap, that there was no dialogue between academy and industry, and that our undergraduate students didn't know what to do after that, and that sometimes they have stereotypes. So we have started having dialogues through that training program, and they have the opportunity before finishing university of meeting different companies, different things that they can do, that entrepreneurship is also important. And again, that dialogue among the different stakeholders is very important. And more or less, we were talking about those things. But information, the right information, it's very important to tell people to make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are going to turn to Nina for the third group. Thank you.
Our group, without very long presentations, with moderating of Andreas and me, discussed role of labor agencies as intermediators on the labor market. First of all, we put the question, is there any future for such agencies? The question is still open, but maybe more or less clarified for us personally after our discussion. First of all, we try to find the reason why we are doubt in a clear future for labor agencies. This is just because of new challenges. Of course, labor mismatch is almost natural thing for the labor market. It's not a new phenomena for the market, but the changes nowadays inside this mismatch. And first of all, stratification of labor supply, structural changes, new requirement to competence of working force, and still we don't understand are labor agencies ready for this new situation. Of course, we know very well what kind of agencies are working in our countries. We have typology, we describe functions. So there are a lot of in common for our agencies, and on the other hand, there are a lot of peculiarities connected with regulations or over-regulations like in Russia, or maybe subsidiarity like in Switzerland. So maybe the main common feature for labor agencies we mentioned in our discussion, lack of initiatives. New initiatives, new maybe lack of incentives to develop in the direction of new challenges and changes on the labor market. Labor agencies, I would say, find out some sort of their own niche. For instance, it's rather typical for Russia, where our agencies reporting just about low skilled workers as the main part of labor supply and labor demand. In St. Petersburg, where almost 40% of high educated population with university diploma. So we also see some other challenges. For instance, overeducated people on the market, or maybe people almost with job seekers without education, or job seekers without language knowledge. We also mentioned or maybe described the double full role of language knowledge in the society for job seekers. It's not just a tool for marketing people on the labor market, not a part of the profession, their professional function, but also as a mean or tool to prevail or maybe avoid social exclusion for newcomers to the labor market, new job seekers. And from this point, it's very interesting the experience of Canada, which I described despite of my Russian origin, which state agencies, public agencies, trying to, to teach people how to behave with employees, how to market themselves like labor person or working person on the market, how to provide their best qualities and best features on the market, which is sometimes very crucial for employee. Also, we mentioned the experience of Sweden, where almost the same system existing nowadays, but nobody knew about such experience, such practice in other countries of Europe, which is, it seems to me, potential sphere for cooperation and learning for labor offices. We also mentioned not only language, which is also determines the labor force flow. People try to go to these regions where their native language may be more greeted or more suitable for the labor market, which is a much more general problem for Europe. We also mentioned that to change the role of labor offices, it's necessary to attract employees in the sphere of job seeking or providing information and describing requirement for job seekers, and also for labor offices itself, it's necessary to take part in the elaborating regional strategies for sustainable development, because labor market is a crucial part of such a strategy. And finally, we just remind about big data, which is maybe proper instrument, not for exercises of researchers, which is quite curious and interesting occupation, but by the way, it should be a real instrument for practitioners, for labor offices, for prognosis and for measurement of output, and finally for understanding the current process on the labor market and in the future. Thank you. Thank you all group.
Thank you, Nina. So, Laura, for the fourth group.
In the fourth group, we looked at the role of regional labour market observatories as intermediaries in a developing countries context, and we looked at the experience of Egypt, where the German Development Corporation, together with its public and private sector partners, has established 6 regional labour market observatories throughout the country. The focus of our group was looking at the structure of the labour market observatories, because Egypt chose a bit of a different approach, or the regional labour market observatories in Egypt structure is a bit different than what you would commonly see in Europe. And if I go back to Krista's presentation in the morning, she mentioned that RLMOs are staffed by interest-neutral actors who try to promote an employment dialogue, or a dialogue between employers' associations, public employment services, and TVET providers. In Egypt, because our core problem is that these entities don't talk to each other on a broad scale, we decided to choose a different approach for the staffing of the RLMOs. So what our pilots have been trying is to have regional labour market observatories, which are run by seconded personnel from all these 3 institutions. So these 6 RLMOs combine people from the Ministry of Education, Technical Education sector, the Ministry of Migration and Manpower, which is the Labour Ministry, and the regional investors associations. In some observatories, we also achieved to have some civil society representation in the observatories, but this is quite a critical issue because of the NGO law in Egypt, which makes it very hard to work with civil society at the moment. This distinct structure has advantages and disadvantages. One of the main advantages for us is that it has an inherent employment dialogue, that you get people working on producing labor market products, labor market information, who come with different perspectives on the table and who have access to different data sources. And if they jointly produce a report, also provide a lot of validity, give this labor market report a lot of credibility. Another distinct advantage of this approach is its sustainability and its financial sustainability, because it allows for mixed financing, meaning by seconding staff, providing venues, the observatories are partly public and partly privately financed. And also at the moment there's still a GIZ contribution, which I will not deny. Another important advantage is that the outcomes of the labor market intelligence, which are concrete measures and interventions, are presented in the employment dialogue directly to key stakeholders, which then can take up the interventions and ideally implement those. However, there are also some disadvantages of the structure which we came up with, which is that there are different organizational cultures, which is hard sometimes to come up with an incentive system for people coming from different institutions who are seconded from these institutions. They are not employed by the observatory. They are seconded at the moment for 2 days, and we're currently working to get full-timers for 5 days a week. So it's quite difficult to bridge these different organizational cultures. And then at the end in our discussion, I would like to share with you one of a really interesting, or like for us, a really important finding in a developing country context, which is that there's not yet a lot of awareness about the validity and the use and the importance of labor market information as such. What is important for policymakers is to see actions on the ground and to keep stakeholders involved and people involved in such a process. It's really important that interventions are and measures are implemented on the ground. I think this was the summarizing for our discussions.
Thank you. So, if there is any question in the room, we can take 1 or 2 questions before Moreno will make a summarize and so closing purpose, if you want. It's too late, probably. Oh, no. 1 question. Thank you.
Not much of question, but just comment and basically pick on the last idea and basically make it clear that this is not just a problem of sorts of developing countries and in each corner of Europe with all the perfect information and different stakeholders, we are dealing with the same problem. And basically we were discussing this in our working group, that even though working with different stakeholders, that everyone thinks in a different terms and in different time horizons. And basically this is one of the things why I see the role of these observatories and intermediaries, that basically they should keep the focus and basically try to put different time zones and different perspective together and be sort of like watchdog and have fingers on a control. And also each of these groups is speaking a different language, and I personally see a big value from these observatories that basically transmit the message and try to interpret and translate the speech and understanding from academic sector through the sort of more and create messages which are more digestible by the policymakers.
Okay, thank you. By the way, Aline forgotten to introduce herself. She is Executive Officer at the French Center for Research and Education, Training and Employment in France, while I'm Moreno Baruffini from the Economic Research Center of the University of Lugano, Università della Svizzera Italiana. I would like only to pick up 2 or 3 points from this long day. Well, we started this morning with the question, do we really need intermediaries in the labor market? I would say yes, because as we have seen, there are many different approaches, many different methods, but the labor market has a growing complexity, has a growing amount of data, has big data, so there's the necessity and the opportunity to trying to better understand the reality and trying to implement effective policies. In this sense, it's really possible to build regional policies starting from common knowledge, for example, of the reality, or from exchanging knowledge and experiences like in these networks. We also have learned from the 2 keynotes from the morning that we should always consider the role of stakeholders, the issues concerning local and global aspects of every labor market, the issue of skills. We today debated a lot about skill enhancements or skills improving, and this is probably the only way to address the productivity puzzle, which needs to implement better ways to raise up the productivity. Okay, these are only some few notes about the conference. I have to say that all the documents of the conference will be available. They will be published by the network coordinators probably at the beginning of December, so all the members and the participants of the conference will have the opportunity to refresh and maybe discuss again all the issues of the conference. Okay.
Thank you. So probably, Krista, you want to conclude to those? Okay.
Mario, please.
So we are not at the total end. Some of us are already, so including my person, but we will be refreshed this evening. That's what our hosts say. I wanna make a very small announcement. So, as all of us know, we have 2 professors from Russia with us, and they are interested in. Give us some information from their background and interested in cooperation. And so I would like to ask Professor Vakoslayan Bokov. He is the head of the Department of Labor Economy at the State University Plekhanov of Economics in Moscow, and he's also president of the Center for Studies on Living Standards. It's a government agency, and he want to talk for 5 minutes to us and give us some of his missions, some ideas about his mission, and hopefully some points where we can relate to and find ways how to get connected further on. So the floor is yours.
Thanks. My name is Vyacheslav Bobkov. Dear colleagues, dear friends, first of all, I'm thankful to the coordinator of the European network, Krista Larsen, and to Professor Marco Riccieri for the invitation to the 10th meeting of European experts. I prepared, of course, the presentation, but prefer instead of it to tell you just a few words about the future cooperation with ENRLMM, about the ELM. As the chief of the Department of Labor Economy of Russian University of Economics, I have seen here in this pretty auditorium of the famous Bikoka University a lot of very important information and proposal about modern labor market. In Russian, the university world, trade union, and businessmen are quite ignored in this field of knowledge and practice. Not all, but many of them. It's a bad, but so it is. We, as professors and researchers, must resolve this problem, and we ask our European colleagues to help us and cooperate our research and practice. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Bobkov, and we might have the chance to meet again in another year at an annual meeting. So before Mario finalizes our meeting. So I want Sigrid to come up to us. Don't escape. Come up to us. So, without her, we wouldn't sit here probably. So she's the heart and the soul of the network, talking to everybody all year long besides her regular work. So we are very glad to have Sigrid, and she does a great job, and I really want to thank you very, very much. And meanwhile, you see, she is so clever. In our institute, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 people coming with her and supporting her. So she has a good hand on everybody and organizes everything very well. So we are very glad about the job you're doing, and thanks a lot for everything you do.
Okay, we did good work in these days, and thank you for your participation. And a special thank for Sigrid, Silvia. Come here, please. Come here, please, Silvia. No, Sigrid and Sophie. Come here, please. Yeah. Also for Krista, because the coordination of our network. Thank you, Krista. I have a little Sigrid. Thank you. Krista.
Thank you. See,
Sophie.
can you recognize the picture? Thank you. You get such gifts as yours. Yes, easily. Thank you.
Okay, and now